quorum. All 5 members are present. This morning, our opening prayer will be by Father Joe Keating of the Sacred Heart Catholic Church in Munster, followed by our pledges led by Commissioner Clement. If everyone would, please rise.
That was good timing.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. May the Lord, who went about doing good, be with you all. God is love, and in the desire to make us share in this love, he sent his Son into the world to come to our aid, and in gentle kindness to help those who were weak, sick, or unfortunate. In his great love for all of us, Christ said that whatever we do for the least among us, we do for him. He called those who show mercy blessed of his Father and promised them eternal life. Let us then pray for the Lord's richest blessings on the members of this organization and on all for whom they act, who are devoted to helping their brothers and sisters. Let us pray. Blessed are you, Lord God of mercy, for through your Son you gave us a marvelous example of charity and the great commandment of love for one another. Send down your blessings upon these your servants who so generously devote themselves to helping others. When they are called on in times of need, let them faithfully serve you in their neighbor. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you, Father.
Thank you, Father.
Thanks, Father. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Father.
Item number 5, public comments on agenda. Do we have anyone signed up? Okay. Presentation of proclamation declaring Cooke County Fair Association Day. Whereas, prompted by growing interest in agriculture in 1871, Cooke County Agricultural and Mechanical Association was formed with the purpose of sponsoring a county fair, and the fairgrounds was home to the county fairs throughout the years. Even the Gainesville Community Circus called the fairgrounds its winter home for circus animals. And whereas the fairground facility has been available without cost to Area 4-H, FFA, and FCCLA youth for exhibition, including hosting the annual Cooke County Junior Livestock Show and Sale. And whereas it is the mission of the Cooke County Fair Association to support youth education and development, continued education, recreation, and expansion for the people of Cooke County and surrounding area. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Cooke County Commissioners Court does hereby recognize and proclaim September the 18th, 2021 as Cooke County Fair Association Day, to celebrate 150 years of the association's existence and service to the residents of Cooke County, passed and approved this 13th day of September 2021.
So moved.
Second. All in favor? Please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Once we finish all the proclamations, we'll go outside for pictures for those of you wishing to do so. Okay. Presentation of proclamation declaring National 4-H Week. Whereas the Cooke County Commissioners Court is proud to honor the 4-H Youth Development Program of Texas A&M Agri-Life Extension Service for 114 years of providing experience-based education to youngsters throughout the Lone Star State. Whereas this admirable program, which seeks to provide a learning experience for the whole child, including head, heart, hands, and health, help young Texans to acquire knowledge, develop life skills, and form attitudes to enable them to become self-directed, productive, and contributing members of our society. And whereas it's more than 550,000 urban, suburban, and rural youth participants ranging in age from 8 to 19, hail from diverse ethnic and socioeconomic backgrounds and truly represent a cross-section of the state. And whereas the program undoubtedly could not have achieved the success that it has today were it not for the service of the more than 22,000 volunteers who have given generously of their time, talents, energies, and resources to the youth of Texas. And whereas throughout its proud history, the 4-H program has developed positive role models for countless Texans, and through its innovative and inspiring programs, continue to build character and to instill the values that have made our state strong and great. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Cooke County Commissioners Court hereby designates October 3rd through the 9th, 2021 as National 4-H Week in Texas and commend the 4-H Youth Development Program of the Texas A&M Agri-Life Extension Service and the many men and women who have made this program a success.
So moved.
All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, 5-0.
I didn't hear who said that, sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Speak up, Adam.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. All right. Item number 8 on our agenda is presentation of proclamation declaring Constitution Week to the Rebecca Crockett chapter of the National Society, Daughter of American Revolution. Whereas the Constitution of the United States of America, the guardian of our liberties, embodies the principles of limited government in a republic dedicated to rule by law. And whereas it is fitting and proper to accord official recognition to this magnificent document and its memorable anniversary, and to the patriotic celebration which will commemorate it. And whereas Public Law 915 guarantees the issuing of a proclamation each year by the President of the United States of America designating September 17th through 23rd as Constitution Week. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Cooke County Commissioner Court does hereby recognize and proclaim the week of September 17 through 23 as Constitution Week in Cooke County, Texas, and ask our citizens to reaffirm the ideals the framers of the Constitution had in 1787 by vigilantly protecting the freedoms guaranteed to us through the guardian of our liberties.
So moved.
All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Who seconded that one?
Okay.
Sorry.
I'll get
Okay, we're going to take a short.
Well, if I'm not looking at it,
We're going to take a short recess for photos, and then we'll come back and go back into normal session.
10:16. Back into regular session. Item number 9 on our agenda is the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes non-controversial and routine items that the court may act on with one single vote.
Let's remove T as in Tom and W as in Wolf. I think that's a W. Yeah, that's a W. Anybody else?
Okay, anything else?
Not for me. Anybody got anything? If you don't, I make a motion we approve the consent agenda excluding T and W.
I'll second the motion. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, let's go to item T.
T is that fleet activation HOS thing. Sounds pretty neat. The only question I have is, it doesn't say what, it says what it is going to be per ambulance or 5 years paid up front. It doesn't say which one we're going to do
Yeah.
and how many. I'm just
No,
curious.
that's perfect. The reason we started looking at this, the new ambulances that we're going to be ordering in October come with it included. And I thought it was a really unique program because you know how you get the Amber Alert on your phone? This does the same thing while you're going code 3. It's activated with the lights. So if you're approaching vehicles, it comes up on their GPS or on their phone saying emergency vehicle approaching. And if they're actually on a roadway, they'll say you're approaching emergency vehicle, slow down, and so forth. So right now, we're doing 5 ambulances in the rescue truck, and then the 2 new ambulances will come with it. And as it says in there, we have some rack dollars, pass-through dollars, it has to be training or equipment. And so, speaking to Shelley, it's something we could spend it on, and it was a good chance to be able to help protect the crews out on the streets more, as much more we can. So that's kind of the process behind it.
So the total cost will be, and I know it's, I'm just curious of what the total cost is going to be. Are we doing it for 5 years or just one?
5 years.
5 years.
And that's 5 years, and we're going to pay for it up front, but she'll take the expenses off annually. Right, yeah, okay.
Okay. So is that 5 years, the 9,000, is that 5 years for 5 ambulances or 5 years for one?
Yeah, one of the ambulances met the criteria to have a reduced rate. That's the top one.
Okay.
Because it's 4905 is the newest one, so that's why that one's less. So it's 5 ambulances on the rescue truck for the.
Just for the public consumption. So it says on here it'll come across on Waze. I know
Right.
most people know what Waze is, but that's just it. There's not, or does it give you just a public service warning?
It's again, similar to the Amber Alert, where it gives you the verbal warning that you're approaching emergency vehicles, or emergency vehicles approaching, or, like I said, if on the streets, it will say
Yeah.
that you're approaching emergency vehicles, slow
And you
down.
don't have to have Waze turned on for it to do
No.
that? Okay. It kind of reads in here like you do. That's what I was wondering. I just
Yeah.
wanted to clarify that.
Anyways, I thought it was very unique, and again, just
Yeah.
another avenue to protect our people, so.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
So it's $2,000 per year per ambulance?
Give or
5
take.
ambulances?
Roughly, yes.
And we're paying for it out of what? Our money?
RAC pass-through dollars that we get annually, and we had not spent that money this year, and so I thought it was a good avenue. So we're using the pass-through dollars from the RAC to be able to.
Can we sustain it? Is something we can do after this?
Absolutely, yeah.
And as you phase them out, the new ones are going to have it on it anyway, right?
Yes, the new ones come with them.
Yeah.
Right.
But you have to pay for a subscription?
And no, it comes with the subscription for, for the time. And then eventually you'll have to update them, I mean, you know, but,
I like Sirius XM, you get it for the
Yes.
first year and then you sign up.
yeah.
It'd be pretty nice, though. I mean, I could see where if you, I use Waze from time to time, but that's just people telling you where everything is. But
Right.
that,
But especially on the freeways, I mean,
Yeah.
Avon's been there, 82, you know, I'm saying, Commissioner Arnold's been there, Commissioner Snuggs has been there, you know, Commissioner Hollowell. I mean, when you're on the freeway and they're passing you at 80 miles an hour, you know, anything you can do to help to protect them, I think we need to try to do, so.
especially with all the traffic that comes up 35.
Yes, yes.
I make a motion we approve.
Second.
Have a motion to approve the consideration and approval of the EMS purchase of Haas driving system, and a second by Commissioner Arndt. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Thank you, gentlemen.
Opposed? Ayes have it, 5-0. Item W, deliberate and consider possible approval of proposed specifications for the remodel of the annex second floor and advertisement for the same.
I'm being persnickety about that one.
No.
Consent agenda is supposed to be about routine. That's not routine.
Yeah. The court has already approved that change. This is only approving for it to go out to bid. It is
Exactly.
routine.
But when you're going to spend that kind of money, I don't, that's my opinion. That's why I brought it up. Anyway, just one other question. Are we still going to discuss the north side of the building?
We are.
Okay, later on today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
Sorry.
Did you need something?
Now she dropped something, maybe.
Oh, okay, I thought she was tapping.
Sorry.
Okay. I make a motion we approve.
Second.
I have a motion to approve approval of proposed specifications for the remodel of the annex second floor, south side, in a second by Commissioner Snuggs. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you, gentlemen. Item number 10 on our agenda, update on COVID-19 status by Ray Fletcher.
Good morning. Sent you all and gave you actually the latest RAC report. At least on that, we'll see what today's reporting shows because they typically have a lower amount of reporting over the weekend, so a better value will be on today's and tomorrow's. But right now it appears that regionally at least, the hospitalizations are starting to flatten out. They're not going down much, but they are flattening out at least. At NTMC this morning, I believe we had 24 inpatients. We did have 4 fatalities in the last weekend in general. The average age of the inpatient right now is 56 years old, which is considerably less than our winter surge. In general around here, from what I'm seeing from the testing that is being reported in the schools, we still have a significant transmission rate. The occupancy data I did provide you is from Sunday, and I think that showed our hospital at 23, and they said up to 24 this morning. You can see on the larger map, third page, that the entire region is pretty consistently overwhelmed at this point. And the last one is the pediatric data, which again shows that there are 0 pediatric ICU beds available in the entire region. And the ability of all hospitals to transfer patients anywhere for a high level of care is almost non-existent. The only consistency we are seeing is that those in the hospital are unvaccinated. The vast majority, last I got Friday, I believe 1 out of the total in there were not vaccinated, was vaccinated. And the other 22 or 23 out of 24 were not vaccinated. And so the vaccine helps you, either that or in some cases innate immunity from a previous exposure or case of it may help some. And the vaccine will most likely keep you out of the hospital if you do get it. Vaccination rates for Cooke County, this is as of Friday. 12 years old and up with 1 vaccination in Cooke County is 46%. Statewide, that's 70%. 12 years old and up with 2 shots or 2 vaccinations is 38% in Cooke County, 59% statewide. 65-year-old and up with 1 vaccination in Cooke County is 73%. Statewide, it's 86%. and 65 years old and up with 2 vaccinations in Cooke County is 65% and 75 or 78% statewide. So that also supports the younger average age of the inpatients. Most of the senior population has either been vaccinated or had it, or unfortunately isn't here anymore. So that leaves that younger group to be exposed and to have problems and end up in the hospital.
So the summary of what you've just described is that the numbers collectively are going up, the availability of beds in the region is going down, and the majority of the people being afflicted are unvaccinated.
Yes, sir. In a nutshell, that is true.
I thought early on you said it flattened out, appears to be flattened out.
In the region, it appears, at least right now, we are trending in a flattening, but out here at our hospital in particular, it has not gone down at all.
Any questions of Ray? Thank you for the update.
Yes, sir. And we continue to work with all of our school districts and local providers and hospitals to manage it as best we can and help them.
One question. So you said regionally it's flattening, but not in Cooke County. So it's still going up in Cooke County?
You know, the only numbers, the state doesn't do contact tracing anymore. They don't report case numbers. We can tell you, based on our hospital census that we get daily, that in July, the end of July, it was 0 or 1. And we've been up in the 23 to 24 range now consistently for a week to 10 days probably, if not longer. And it doesn't seem to be that number. In fact, it went up again from yesterday to today. So,
Could you do me a favor? I know we've all read it over and over, and we hear it over and over, but what are the rules now for quarantining
okay, in Cooke County,
in Cooke County?
if you have been exposed, then you should isolate for 10 days at home. And it recommends being tested. If you are going to get tested and you're asymptomatic, if you're not really sick, please don't go to the ER to get tested. Go to your provider, get it at a location, a pharmacy, and you can get your test there even if you want to. But contact your provider and get tested if you want to get tested in that respect. And if you are a positive case, if you know you have it either from a credible exposure in your family possibly, and you're sick also now, then that is also a 10-day quarantine or isolation. And that is and then that is 10 days as long as the last 24 hours are fever-free and that your symptoms, if there are any, that are lingering, it would be taste and smell or an irritating cough. So, yes, sir, but it's 10 days either way
10
for
days
Cooke
either
County.
way.
That's based on our local health authorities' guidance. And while there are some others that the CDC says if your local health authority allows, but we're not doing those. We've just went with a straight 10 days if you're exposed or 10 days if you are a positive case.
Thanks.
Just for clarification, can we add that summary onto our website saying these are our recommendation or the CDC's recommendation for if you're exposed, if you have it, so on and so forth?
Yes, sir. I'll double check, make sure.
Thank you. Okay, no action on item 10. Item 11, deliberate and consider possible approval of option for local sales and use tax payback agreement. Can you give us an overview of this? Patty?
We received a letter from the comptroller stating that we would need to pay back to the state $243,847. And this occurs because, for different reasons. I have 3 different scenarios for you. Palo Pinto County, the reason they have to return money is that their county received taxes on oil and gas from an oil and gas company that belonged to other counties where the transaction took place. But their main office is in their county. But after doing an audit, it was determined that they would have to repay the state because the county, it went to the wrong county. Another reason is just that the businesses, they're requesting a refund for overpaid sales tax. They realize they overpaid, and so they're requesting to be reimbursed.
So we don't have the exact numbers, Patty, of why this occurred or over what time period?
We
it
do,
occurred? Okay.
from March 15th through June 2018. March 2015 through June 2018 is $142,618.38 during that period. Then from November 2015 through June 2018, $101,228.73. I contacted the state. They said that the taxpayers that are involved in this, it's confidential. They won't release who the taxpayers are. So bottom line is we just have to pay back the state. This is not the first time this has happened, by the way. We've had to do that in the past. They've given us 3 different options to pay it. One of them is to pay it in full just by ACH or check. If you pay it in that way, they take off the service fee because they've added a 2% service fee. But if you pay it all in one lump sum, they'll give us, our 2% would be $4,876.95. So that would mean that we would owe $238,970.16. Another one is that when we get our monthly collection in, we can pay it back that way, which we did today receive our next deposit, which was $304,075.16. So then they also give you you can pay it back in 40 months. Each month would be $6,096, with the final 39th payment being $6,103.11. I'll just tell you, my recommendation is that we pay it all at once, get that little bit of credit back. Like I said, we just received a new one today for $304,000. Plus, this is just something that I discussed with Shelley about. Our CDs are coming due at the end of this month. I don't see where we're going to come anywhere near what we get at Simmons Bank for interest on that money, which totals $750,000. So my suggestion is that we just put that $750,000 directly into our account there at the bank and let it earn interest. So, that money that we usually have tied up in investments, the $750,000, would be free to cover this payment.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Patty?
How much sales tax do we take in every year? Roughly,
About 3.5.
about 3.5 million. This happened, not last year, the year before, didn't it?
3 years ago.
3 years ago?
Yeah, it's been
Yeah.
it was,
15
but that was over $1 million.
Yeah, and they never will tell you who it's to either. No, that's all confidential.
For budgeting purposes, Shelley, do you have any suggestions on which 3?
I prefer to do the lump sum payment and get it taken care of in this fiscal year.
Is that what we want to do, guys?
Sounds
I
good.
think so.
Make the
Anything
motion, we
else?
do the full reimbursement.
Have a motion to do the full reimbursement.
Second.
A second from Commissioner Smuts. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it, 5-0. Item 12.
Thank you.
It is 10:35. We will open public hearings on rezoning request by Jeffrey Todd Smith for 2.75 acres out of 46 acres tract at 690 County Road 241 in Precinct 2. Okay, we have some people that have signed up to speak. First one being Scott Meeks.
Let me brief the court. This went through
P&Z, and this is an appeal coming up out of P&Z.
P&Z declined.
Yeah. Good point. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Scott Meeks. I live at 375 County Road 2411. First thing I'd like to say is I appreciate each and every one of your time this morning. I know that what you do is a hard job, and it doesn't go unnoticed in the county. So the first thing is I do appreciate each and every one of your time here today to listen to this. This is a zoning change that's on the backside of my property. I'm not actually an adjacent landowner to the property, but it does affect my land because of where it's located at. So we have already had a hearing with the Planning and Zoning Commission of Lake Ray Roberts. I would note that each and every one of them were presented with the exact same evidence I'm going to give you today, and they voted 5-0 in opposition of the zoning change. So one of my reasons for opposing the zoning change is that according to the Lake Ray Roberts Planning and Zoning Regulations, Section 103, the implementation of the Lake Comprehensive Plan, the purpose of the general provisions is, number one, to lessen the congestion on streets and roads. Number 5 is to prevent the overcrowding of land. And number 6 is to avoid undue concentration of people. So the zoning change will do each and every one of those things in its own perspective. It will congest the streets and roads more because of more traffic on the roads to get to the boat and RV storage place. It will cause more damage to the road, resulting in higher taxpayer dues to fix the road when it comes due, or just general maintenance of the roadway. The land will have more people on it. You'll have more product built on the land in terms of concrete, steel, and gravel. And you will have a more concentration of people on the land because you're going to have people coming in and out on that road constantly to gain access to their boats and their RVs. The other problem with this is that if the zoning change is recommended, it will open the door for future development on County Road 241. I was a senior credit analyst for North Dallas Bank for many years, and I analyzed loans anywhere from $250,000 up to $20 million, and hundreds of loans I looked at. Two things are common on each and every one of those loans. Almost every business that's opened in the United States is opened for one reason: to generate profits or to generate income, okay? Typically, that is the main reason that you open a business, is to make money. And second thing is, each and every time one of these businesses becomes viable or it generates profit and income, the first thing that the owner of that business wants to do is to expand operations. So I don't think that there's any question that if this business becomes viable and it starts to generate income and profit, that other expansions on that road will be next. And then you'll just have one big line of commercial property out there. So that's the second reason. One of the other things that has a problem with is that it brings more traffic, more sewer runoff for the county, more commercial development, more businesses, and more crime. So on the topic of crime, my job is I work for the Texas Department of Public Safety. I'm a criminal investigator with DPS. Very specifically, I'm a motor vehicle theft sergeant or special agent. So I teach classes in motor vehicle theft. I give seminars on motor vehicle theft. I teach BAT schools, basic auto theft, and I'm an instructor certified through the state of Texas for auto theft and fraud. So I feel like I can speak intelligently about the motor vehicle theft problem in the state of Texas and in this county, or almost any county in Texas. I've investigated theft crews from El Paso to McAllen to Chicago, Cooke County, Denton County, almost many counties surrounding the Dallas Metroplex. So one of the things that theft crews do is that they look for targets that are easy to burglarize. Now, one of the main targets that are easy to burglarize are storage units. It doesn't take an expert to figure that out. You know, you can look at crime statistics, and it will tell you that those are the main targets. Boat and RV storages are right up there. So the reasons are this. Number one, it's in a remote location. Most of those places are in remote locations that are easy to get to. This particular location is between Cooke and Denton County. There's very few law enforcement around. Number two, it's hard for law enforcement to respond in a quick manner due to the location. It's in a remote area. Number three, owners are not present on the property. And if it's stolen, those units that are stolen, it may be months before the owner comes to that storage unit to see that their product is stolen. And once one of them is stolen, there's a bunch of them stolen. So you get a bunch of thefts right there in between. When these theft crews come to these areas to burglarize, they not only case out that particular spot, but they look at other areas out there, which would be my property. My property's right there. I know the other landowner, his property is adjacent to this. So safety is a big concern for us, okay? In the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, the owner of the property specifically stated that he had seen 3 different people on that road recently casing that area, and they just didn't belong. So there's not a question about whether or not there's theft crews out there looking for easy targets. I took the liberty of doing an open records request. May I approach? Okay, so this is an open records request from Denton County. There's a RV storage that's right there in front of us. It's called Chisholm Boat and RV Storage. So the last 5 years, there have been 16 burglaries at that RV storage, 10 auto thefts or thefts, and 80 other incidences from patrols, warrants, open doors, suspicious persons, follow-up investigations, okay? And if you look at those numbers right there and the dates, most of those are not 5 years old. Those dates, yes.
I don't mean to interrupt. You said Denton County?
Yes, Denton County.
Where's this boat storage at? Because I know there's one right there.
It's on Chisholm Road. It's less than probably a mile and a half from this location.
Okay, to the south. But there are boat storages right there too.
There are boat storages right there, but the difference in those boat storages are those are on a main roadway. Those are on a paved main roadway in the county. Okay. This one is not on a paved roadway. And the Chisholm Road one, it's really not on the main paved roadway either. So I did not pull crime statistics from Cooke County because of that.
I was just curious because
Right.
for everybody, there's Chisholm Road is shared with Cooke and Denton County. So it just threw me off which location.
It's the closest one by my measurements. The bottom line is, we invite theft and the wrong elements into our community. Not that this particular one is just one problem, but that's the typical problem with boat and RV storages. So those are the reasons that I oppose it, and it's nothing personal against anybody. I'm sure everybody is nice in this, but those are the reasons. My main objective is crime. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joshua Gonzalez.
First of all, just kind of go off what Scott said. Thank you guys for your time. Appreciate it today. I am an adjacent landowner to this proposed development. And, you know, we recently, like he had mentioned, we've been through the Lake Ray Roberts Planning and Zoning Commission and, you know, had an informal type of hearing basically to discuss, you know, reasons for, against, all that stuff. And, you know, like he said, they voted 5-0 unanimously not to recommend it. You know, and now here we are today kind of talking about things, you know, as far as the watershed, you know, area that Lake Ray Roberts Planning Zoning Committee was designed to protect the watershed is the main goal, right? And also kind of to get rid of congestion. Well, you know, as far as like the watershed, you know, that their property directly drains into mine, which drains into a creek which drains into Ray Roberts. So I am affected by the watershed. That, you know, if they want to dispute that, that's fine. I have pictures and videos of the last storm, and, you know, I'd welcome an independent engineer's report. You guys could look at that if that's in dispute. Also, when you bring in a boat storage, you cannot say that you're not going to have more traffic. You know, by definition, adding a commercial venture with storage are going to bring extra traffic from people that don't live there. So you're bringing, extra traffic from people that aren't residents, which are going to have extra maintenance for the county and extra costs incurred there. So that's another thing. Also, when we're looking at developing an area, this is zoned agriculture for a reason, to kind of protect the land, the watershed, and the, property values and get rid of congestion. This defeats that purpose and directly goes against the letter of the law called out in the document governing the land use in the Ray Roberts Zoning and Planning Commission. In addition to that, my fear is that, there's one storage unit and then I look up and there's 10. And when we talk about crime, I got 3 young children, directly behind it, and I don't want to have extra burden on me to have to police my own property because you have increased congestion for people that don't even live there, in addition to having people come in that could be potential thieves or, obviously not bringing good things to the area. So,
Are you on 2411?
Yes, sir.
You're on 2411?
Yeah, I'm an adjacent landowner.
Okay.
But yeah, and that's what worries me, because the district is designed to protect itself and protect the watershed. I understand, people, wanting to use their land as they see fit. I get that. But within the district you're in, you have to adhere to the rules and the way the law is called out and the way everything's written in the governing regulations. It does not, allow a commercial boat storage there. And that's, like I said, 5-0, it was pretty clear to them. I hope you guys will kind of look at all factors, but, I'm happy to talk about other things, but really crime, worrying about my kids, and then also worrying about, like the fence, additional fencing. For example, you guys remember the railroad was going to come in? You guys were aware of that big project, right? They were going to build I think it was 12-foot berm and then plant some trees and a security fence. So you wouldn't be able to really see it, but it would have been there. Now, this thing here, people will be able to see our property. That's what I'm worried about. People coming in and trying to, cause damage to my property if they're, stealing or doing something on the other property. And just kind of talk about theft. We have there's a beautiful new house built across the street from us, 2411 right there, and they had their materials stolen 3 times that night. So, people do steal everything. You guys seen how much lumber is and metal? It's like gold, right? So everybody's stealing everything right now. So I don't know if that's just the time we're in, but, it just seems like it's a dangerous time. And in the watershed, just to kind of talk about it, the little creek turns to a massive river. And I've got many videos to show you. But this creek that is 10 feet wide turns to 150 feet wide, 200 feet wide, and just gushes water everywhere. Well, if you're going to protect the watershed like the regulations state, that should be taken into consideration. And then also, as far as the increased traffic from outside residents that aren't even really probably paying taxes here, and then you guys are going to have to fix the road. And there's a couple other things, but mainly, security, safety, the spirit of the law and the letter of the law. By the letter of the law, this is not allowed. Spirit of the law, if I say agricultural district, do you guys think boat storage immediately? And the answer is no. So that's kind of what, I guys want you to be aware of. I understand, if they were building a structure for agricultural use, it'd be one thing. And that wouldn't bother me. I wouldn't like it, but it wouldn't bother me because it would just be them there, not outside traffic coming in that don't necessarily live there. You know what I mean? So that's kind of the gist. But I just don't feel that approving this follows the letter of the law. It doesn't follow the recommendations of the Planning and Zoning Committee, which recommended unanimously no. And then we have, we had quite a few neighbors that showed up last time. It's public record. You could probably find a roster. But it's just, something that I don't think is going to benefit the area. And it doesn't, it's not in line with the agricultural district use. So,
Okay, thank you, sir.
any questions for me, guys? All right, thank you for your time, appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there anyone here that would like to speak on this subject that did not sign up? All right. It is 10:51. We'll close the public hearing. Item number 14, deliberate and consider possible approval of the rezoning request by Jeffrey Todd Smith of the 2.75 acres out of 46 acres for tract at 690 County Road 241.
We're going to hear from y'all now.
Thank you. Thanks.
Go right ahead.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
First of all, I'm Todd Smith. My wife Lisa just handed you the packet out. I want to thank all of y'all for hearing our request this morning. I want to start out by saying that we have proposed this boat and RV storage facility, but I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a third-generation farmer. I have farmed all of my life. I've had to take up doing other things as well because farming is not cutting it, it's not paying all the bills. So I have farmed up to 1,500 acres in the past. We've lost a lot of our leased land due to development, so I understand that. I'm now down to my property and my father's property that's right beside this, which is comprised of about 115 acres total. This proposal that we are doing is going to take up about 2.75 acres. It will be for 76 covered parking slots for boat and RVs. It's going to be approximately 210 feet wide by 570 feet long. So at the beginning of your packet, we just had a little deal of what we're proposing, total height of the buildings, not to exceed 17 feet. If you'll look at page 1, that kind of gives you an overview. The little blue rectangle in the center is the proposed area, and you can see Ray Roberts. To the north is Lone Oak, and to the west you can see I-35.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Is this your home that is adjacent to the storage shed?
Yes, sir.
Do you currently live there?
I live on the property.
Do
yes,
you
sir.
plan to live there after it's erected?
Yes, I am going to be living there on the property. So we will always have someone there on the property, and we're not planning on going anywhere. So on page 2, that just gives a bigger blow-up and of the marked out area and the direction the storage sheds will run. And then page 3 just gives a aerial photo of what it looks like now, just with the area outlined. So you can see that if you go to the left of the page, that's County Road 241. From there, coming down our driveway to where this is going to be again, is about 600 feet. So we're 600 feet set back off the road. From there, it will be on 570 feet to this back of the actual proposed site that we want to do the boat RV storage on. From that point to our very back east fence is approximately 830 feet. So we've kind of located it centrally on our property, behind our barns and behind our house, for the fact that it's not going to be, it's going to be a ways off the road. Page 4, picture of structure, this Sandview storage that's on I-35, just to the south of Lone Oak Road. And a friend of mine owns this. These sheds that you're looking at here, I actually built for him on this property. This is the style of structure that I'm planning on building for the boat and RV storage. And I just want you to have a picture of what it would look like. Instead of having a 5-foot overhang out in front, mine's going to have a sidewall that's going to come all the way up flush with the front of that. And so page 4 and page 5 have just different views of that structure. We're planning, as far as the color goes, we're going to do a galvanum roof. So it's going to be silver and reflective, and then the sides will be white with black trim. And that goes in correlation with our other barn on our property, our black and white. On page 6, we have some distances to local structures that are similar. This one here is about 2.18 miles away. It's actually right behind the Walmart Center. Page 7 shows the one that's on Lone Oak, and it is 1.07 miles away. And this is, I believe, belongs to the Spindles. And there's actually 2 of them up there. And one thing that I wanted to, Scott Meeks brought up, was that he's concerned about crime. It actually increasing crime in the area. And what I want to point out is that there are 2 boat and RV storages right there on Lone Oak. The one that's on page 7. There's one that's just back to the west of that one, that's just west of 2411, a small boat and RV storage there as well. Those 2 storage places are within about the same distance that our very back fence line of the storage facility would be to Scott's house. We measured the distance, and I have that on further in here. From the very back of our project to his house is approximately 2,700 feet, which is over half a mile. So, and from his house to the Spindle storage is about 27, or right out 2,600 feet to there. So I'm not understanding him talking about being so concerned about the crime. If he decided to buy this property and build a house right there with 2 boat storage facilities so close to him, if that was, to me, if that was a real issue, then I wouldn't have bought property there, if you understand what I'm saying. So I'm struggling to get my head around that, but I just wanted to show the distance and relation. Page 8 shows another boat. This is the Sandview storage. So from our drive to it, it's 1.04 miles, and that one is actually on the service road of I-35. So just show you some boat and RV storages that are already in the area. And then the last one is on page 9. That's the one that he's talking about that is actually on Chisholm Road. It's just off of the service road of I-35, and it's 1.35 miles from the driveway to that facility. Page 10 gives you a line of sight. This would be from our very back fence. So this fence right here would be the back of the storage facility. This dot right over here is actually Scott. So that's from the very back all the way across. Like I said, that's over there. Page 11 is another line of sight That's looking the same direction towards Scott Meek's house, but that's from the front of the proposed property. And I'm just trying to give a correlation of distance. We're not talking like this is right on top of people. It's a long ways across there to where this facility is going to be coming in their house. Page 12. So this one goes and shows the distance between Josh's house and the front and the back of the proposed RV storage. Notice that to the back of it, it has to go through 2 tree lines. So there are 2 tree lines right here. There's a tree line here on the back end, and then there's this tree line. This is Josh's house right here. So he doesn't have the line of sight either front or back of this. And the next house over is Scott Meek's house, and he's not going to even be able to see the back of it. He would have to walk to the back property line to see the facility. So just to give you some distance and show you what we're talking about here. So on 13 was the line of sight for Scott Meek's house, and that distance is approximately 2,700 feet from the very back of the proposed property. And then 14 was another one that was at the P&Z meeting in Rhonda Shanks, which is across the road on the east side of 2411. And she's also having to look through 2 tree lines and is over half a mile away to that property. So I would just like to say in closing that we would love for you to consider this. Our proposal for this is we would like to continue farming. I've done it all my life, and we're looking for ways to keep the farm viable. And our idea was by setting aside 2 3/4 acres, that would generate enough income for us to be able to keep doing what we're doing and keep the farm sustainable. We're not looking as far as going big commercial retailers. That's not our goal. Our goal is to provide something for the community that's in the area. We're living right there, not very far from Johnson Branch, from the Lone Oak boat ramps. That's what people do. They boat on the lake and they camp around the lake. And so I just see that there's a need for storage facilities. And pretty much everything around there is full. So that's the reason we decided to go this way, and we think it would be a good opportunity for us to stay viable. Is there any
I have a couple of questions.
Yes.
Has anybody asked or performed a value impact study for the adjacent properties? Do you have something from a certified appraiser? Does anybody know if there will or will not be an impact to the value of the adjacent properties?
I do not,
Okay.
but I'm happy to give.
The other thing that I'm curious about, do we have any kind of runoff studies? Do we know what will occur with that?
That would be something, yes, I would like to bring that up. So where the proposed site is, one of the things that was brought up was there were concerns about Pond Creek, which is to the south of this proposed.
Yep.
Our fence line is a ridge because all of that's elevation and it's been plowed for years and years with a one-way, which kind of dishes fields out. So all of our water from that flows directly east to our east fence line, and then it goes north down our east fence line to a stock tank that I've dug back there. That stock tank has to fill up and overflow before we go into a creek that would actually overflow, and that creek will run through Josh's property. So
Is that-
as far as the
Go ahead. No.
and then that's probably another thing I need to bring up, as far as the base, we're going to use 6 inches of flex space underneath, and then we're going to use 2 inches of crushed asphalt on top to keep the dust down. So as far as there I would say that's going to be slim to none.
But, well, you'll definitely increase the runoff because of the fact that you're putting down pavement and you have that roof surface. And you'll lose the absorption that you had before. Is it a requirement for there to be a runoff study? Not in rezoning, is it?
No, the only thing that we have runoff studies on is subdivisions.
Subdivisions. What is your plan for security? Do you have a security plan?
Yes, sir, we do. We are planning on putting up a 6-foot no-climb fence all the way around with barbed wire on the top with turnouts that turn back to the outside of it. The entrance will be a gated entry, key-coded, so each individual that has a place in there to park a vehicle has to have a card to pass through the gate to get in, and it will be set up that they have to have a card to pass through the gate to get out. So someone, in other words, someone won't be able to open the gate up, go in, have someone run in behind them, and then that person can turn around and leave whenever, because the gate will open up. It won't be automatic. You will have to have a key card, and then as well as we'll have cameras up for surveillance.
Anyone have any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
There's a,
Go ahead.
you have thoughts, I've got my initial thoughts, and we can bounce it from there.
Okay, let me close the public hearing officially.
Is he on?
Okay, now we're going to close the official public hearing at 11:08, Pam.
I think we already closed,
Yeah,
I did, but we had another speaker that,
but he spoke on the item, right?
yeah, he spoke on the actual agenda item.
okay, gotcha. All right. Your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts are, I try to stay out of the way of the P&Z because we appoint them to, be our ears and eyes on the ground for these things. And I mean, there is a 5-0 decision. I can't say that I wholeheartedly agree with that. But the one thing that I do agree with is that, once you do something for one, you got to do it for everybody else in most cases. I do feel like if we do commercial zoning, it might open up a can of worms, but I don't know. It's so far on the edge of the P&Z, it's kind of a deal. But one thing when I spoke with you this morning was I asked, how long the property had been in the family, because I was afraid that it was like Mr. Kemplin, your neighbor that's owned it for, 50 years, and he didn't purposely buy the land inside the P&Zs. If you bought it 15 years ago, you knew that it was a P&Z with zoning restrictions at that point, right? And I'm being a landowner myself, it's real tough.
I mean, at the time we purchased it, I did not realize it was inside the P&Z. I didn't realize the line came that far over. Basically, the line for P&Z runs just about 200 feet west of 241.
Yeah, it's really close right there. But what that does, it's on both sides. The other people have bought land in there with the assumption that everybody has to follow zoning to keep it a certain way. That's the tough spot of it. Love being in my shoes sometimes. Anybody else got any thoughts they want to bounce around here? I mean,
Why did the P&Z turn it down specifically? What was the reason? Did they give a reason? That's the only question I have.
one of them, I reached out to a few of them. One of them was, several of them were on the fence, but it seemed like they all kind of just went the same way. One said if this property was up on Lone Oak Road rather than a county road, they could see it no problem because it would make more sense to do a zoning change on that. But being down the county road, they felt like it was an issue there.
That was the biggest stumbling block, okay.
I'm sorry.
I said that was the biggest stumbling block? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I know.
It doesn't say anything on here that why.
And- Yeah, it's
There's gravel or chip seal?
It's gravel. It's an old, narrow gravel road. Kathy, do you remember anything specifically? I should have pulled and listened to it. Huh?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Main thing, they're talking about is the watershed and then the lighting zoning as far as how everything else is around there. And then, if you open up to one, what's going to stop it from basically desecrating the zoning? And, but watershed is one. And,
With that,
added traffic.
I think that when you take the watershed with this, you're going to have a cleaner watershed than you do with farmland and manure and, things like that. I don't see that as a big issue. Now, it would need to be routed a correct way, but you're not getting dirty water or anything.
No, and I understand what you're saying about dirty water, but if you have 76 vehicles, there'll probably be some oil drainage, and then in addition, they're still gonna have their farm and all the manure stuff still there. So that's some traffic too.
I see your point. I'm not discounting any of y'all's feelings at all. And it's a tough situation. I mean, you imagine the bullseye I feel on my head right now as far as this. It's a tough situation for me to be in, and
I agree with the farming being dirtier than boats.
well, I mean, you're still.
Since I'm a farmer.
It's not like we're you
I know,
trade
I
one
know,
for the
I know,
other.
I know.
So.
Now, we'll bring up one point if I could. I did talk to Jason this morning. He came out and looked over the area so he could have visual on what he was looking at. And one thing that I reached out to him, because 241 it's got a lot of potholes in it. One of the things I brought up is I cannot prevent a vote on the parking storage if this road is like it is. I did construction as well. I've got a maintainer sitting there. I told Jason that I would not mind working with him, get that road dressed up and help maintain it. If that helps, because it's going to benefit me to have a good road going. No one's going to want to haul those garbage down there if it's full of potholes. And right now it is, and it's a good road. And Jason told me that you already had it.
Yeah, I've got plans to gravel it anyway. So.
Redo that road anyway, but it's just something I just want to put out there that we are favorable on doing whatever we can do to help fix that and make it a better look out road, as well as I talked to him about the rest of the road. We need to fix its own things on traffic.
Yeah, which I'm about to do. I'm about to do speed limits on every road. So, one other thing, my main deal is, no matter how tough the situation is, my oath says I'm supposed to uphold the rules. And our rules in the P&Z do give us provisions to make changes along the way, changes that make sense. I don't know. Any other thoughts?
Sure.
Why is everything on my shoulders?
It's not, I'll give thoughts.
No, I don't mean right now. I just mean it seems like every hot topic in the last 6 months has been on me.
You have a real nice precinct. A
Yeah,
lot of
exactly.
people like
Everybody
live
wants to
there.
be in our precinct, yeah.
One of the things that the P&Z leaned on during that meeting was that compatible land use was not the same. They kept bringing that up, and I believe that's in the documentation of what the planning and zoning commission did was for compatible land use. So there is no compatible land use right there on that road. It is all agriculture, which is exactly why the P&Z board was established, was to look at these things. Those are the people that are on the ground out there that know everything about the area. They looked at this, they talked about it, they considered all this, and they all wanted to fight with you for these exact same reasons. So, I would say if you wanted a commercial property somewhere, go buy commercial property, don't buy agricultural land. that much maintenance on those roads, you know, on our roads, 24/11. We've been trying to get something done on that for 5 years now, and I think we haven't been very successful. And we talk about putting a, you know, a speed limit sign out there. Yes, we've been successful getting a speed limit sign out there. That has not slowed traffic down any.
Okay. We just went to a road maintenance. We blade it. Keep it bladed. Last time it rained.
No, the potholes are very steep.
My only observation here, and I understand the intent of the Planning and Zoning Commission. One thing that certainly needs to be considered here is the owner's livelihood. You know, if the prospect of his livelihood is directly associated with it, that needs to be taken into consideration as well. The two things that unfortunately we don't have that would have been very nice if we had had an impact study on the adjacent properties as to will this increase or lower their value, and then something concerning the watershed, will there be a significant runoff created by this that wasn't there previously? And unfortunately, we don't have either one of those.
And I agree, that's what pulls at my heartstrings is, you know, people trying to make a living. Go ahead. I heard you gasp.
Anybody else have anything before we take a vote?
Mr. Smith, you bought the property after the planning and zoning was created, after the P&Z was created?
I assume so. I don't know when the PNZ was created, we bought it in 2006, I'm sure they were probably established.
Not 1989.
I didn't know when it was established. I honestly did not think at the time we bought it, because we were far enough away from the lake, that we were interested in it. And after I started doing my research, then I found out that we were interested in it. But yes, so.
It's a shame, it's right on the edge.
I know, it's right on the edge, and it's like, yeah, we could have mile west of
I'm a huge advocate of property rights, but at the same time, you know, you guys kind of compared, well, why did he buy this knowing he was in the country and expect some different footprint? So the same logic would apply as to, and at the time, I'm sure you probably didn't anticipate it becoming commercial.
No.
You know, so we spend a lot of time and money on rules, and it's, where do you stop making exceptions? I don't know.
You know, I think where I'm with it right now is, you know, I'm going to uphold what the P&Z said, but, you know, if you wanted to, you know, revisit it down the road with, like what the judge said, with maybe impact studies and a different way to approach it, you know, that's the only thing I can think of right now. You know, I take my oath very seriously, and this is one of the times like I said at my very beginning of my speech, we opened up a can of worms. Where do I stop with it? You know, no matter how much I hate it. So do I need?
We need a motion.
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and restate the item number 14, deliberate. I'm sorry, did you have something?
Gary pointed at me. What?
No, I thought you had something.
Oh, I'll say it after you do the motion.
Okay. Deliberate and consider possible approval of rezoning request by Jeffrey Todd Smith of 2.75 acres out of 46, track at 690 County Road 241 in Precinct 2. So I have a motion to reject from Commissioner Snuggs. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a second from Commissioner Hollowell. Any further discussion?
Yeah, but I don't know if I'd call it discussion. It's not like you didn't know what you had. It's not like you just walked in here from Dallas and bought a piece of property. I understand your plight. The sad thing is, if we start ignoring, and this has already been beat around, if we start ignoring the P&Z, then what? Where do we stop with that? I don't know about doing, you know, what would a study cost? I mean, and I understand I know you have a concern about that. It's easy to talk about, but to go spend money and then get turned down again, that doesn't serve you well either. So you're stuck, and
Our position is, like I said, farming is becoming to the point where it's not sustainable anymore. You can probably understand that.
I understand that.
Agriculture. So our deal was to either set something up so we could continue farming, it would help support that, or we're gonna probably be back here looking at developing the property in 2.5 acre tracts, which will be in conjunction with what the PNC has said for around the lake is 2.5 acre tracts. And that would be our only other option is to start developing parts of it and selling that so that we can, or else or whatever. We're kind of against the wall.
200 foot west and you'd be in the clear.
the interesting thing about that is the concern is about all the extra runoff you're going to have, but you can put lots of house roofs out there. and,
Right,
and it's the same
If we
thing.
go the other route and develop at 2.5 acres,
Yeah,
all those house roofs is going to create the same kind of runoff.
Yeah, it's-
at one facility.
yeah. That's the point I'm making.
The other thing is, I've already got a stock tank, which I'm planning on, if we do that and develop that, as far as property storage, then I'll plan on expanding that, so that basically it's like a catch and release pond.
Yeah.
So that it will catch the swell when we have a heavy rain from the runoff, but it's already naturally flowing that way anyway. And then we'll have a drain set in there to let it drain back down.
Yeah.
So,
I'm sorry it has to be this way, but we have a P and Z, we picked the P and Z, and if we start ignoring, I know we have the ability to overrule them, but if we start ignoring what they say, and that you're by the strict letter of the law, you're in the wrong place. But yeah, I wanted to make sure I brought that up. I find it interesting. People are worried about the runoff, but they'll put lots of houses and cars around out there. It's the same thing. As far as the runoff is concerned, I'm sorry? No. Yeah, I got you.
It's going to increase traffic and congestion.
It's gonna
which is
increase
one of the
traffic and
three
congestion
bullets
and-
that they're trying to say.
I don't, it doesn't change a whole lot, but.
All right.
And one of the things I mentioned this morning, if you're going to build a 10-story hay barn there and paint it lime green with a pink roof, and, you wouldn't even have to be here talking about it,
Don't say that.
All right,
Let's be nice.
Well, no, he is being nice. He just pointed out a fact that sometimes the idiocracy of this, but where do you stop? That's the problem.
yeah, I understand your concern, and I understand why the rules are put in place. And that's not it at all. It's just that this was the way that we were going to, that we came up with, we thought we could stay viable farming and keep going over that time. And, we already tried to great market our meat, eggs, and everything we raised there. And that was just be one more. I just had a vision of people coming in, picking up their campers, buying some eggs and some sausage and some bacon and going to the lake, It's just, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you have certain visions and dreams, and it's like, so we have to reach out and try,
Yeah.
And see what we can do, so.
I understand. I guess
Anything else?
Nope.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Snuggs to reject the approval of the rezoning request, and a second by Commissioner Hollowell. Any further discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Ayes have it, 5-0. Item 15, open public hearing.
Can we take a break?
Sure, we'll take a 10-minute break.
Or 5?
It is 11:26. right, it is 11:35. We'll resume our regular session. Item number 15, open public hearing, request for specific use permit by Lux RV Development Company, LLC, for expansion of existing Willow Bend RV Park at 11905 South I-35 in Valley View. Have anyone speaking to that, or? Hi, how are you this morning?
I'm great, thank you. Good morning. My name is Lee Allison with Allison Engineering Group. I'm here to represent the project. Also with me this morning are Worth Williams, Sterling Ream, and Logan Weatherford. They're the recent acquirers of the project and the current owners. With them as well are Lori and Jeff Johnson. They are the previous owners. It was a recent acquisition, so we have people here that can answer questions regarding the future of the project as well as the history of the project. I'd like to thank Kathy Lloyd for all of her work in helping us navigate the applications and processes and get here today, and much appreciated. This is a project you've seen before. It's a multi-phase project. This will be the last phase. We have before you today not only the specific use permit, but also an RV park permit, so I'll kind of speak to both at the same time to spare some time. The site fronts on Interstate 35. The front part of the site is existing retail, or not retail, commercial and warehouse type activity. The RV park is in the back of the site. The south side is a large warehouse. The east side is Corps of Engineers property, and the north side is vacant land, I think primarily used for ranch property at this time. Again, this is the last phase. You have the layouts in front of you. At this time, the issue was balancing the number of spaces with the septic systems, and that's really about all there is to it. The additional spaces are simply that RV spaces, nothing else planned on the site. I'll be glad to respond to questions or call on somebody that's with me today, depending on the nature.
P&Z approved this, right, Kathy?
3-2.
Is there anyone here speaking against this project?
What's the status with the neighbors?
Pardon?
You talked to the neighbors, everything good with the neighbors? Would you know, Lori, with the pressures?
John, a text message all the time, he hasn't mentioned a thing about it, so it's just not making it to that.
Okay. Miss Pressure, yeah.
None of the neighbors showed up at the meeting. There was a historical question from previous applications concerned about kids getting over maybe in the cow pasture to the north. But I think there's only one family with kids, and that's pretty well fenced and taken care of.
And we're still,
Close the hearing.
yeah,
Sounds like.
close the hearing.
Any further questions?
Not inside the hearing.
Okay. All right. It is 11:39. We'll close public hearing. Item 17, deliberate and consider possible approval of request for specific use permit by Lux RV Development, LLC, for expansion of existing Willow Bend RV Park at 11905 South I-35.
I make a motion we approve the specific use permit.
I have a motion to approve the expansion permit from Commissioner Snuggs.
Second.
A second from Commissioner Hollowell. Any further discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it, 5-0. Item 18 on the agenda, deliberate and consider possible approval of Willow Bend RV Park expansion at 11905 South I-35 in Valley View.
Make a motion to approve that as well.
Have a motion to approve the expansion of Willow Bend RV Park by Jason Snuggs.
Second.
And a second by Commissioner Hollowell. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it, 5-0.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Sure. Item 19, open public hearing, adoption of 2021 Cooke County tax rate. Do we have anyone here to speak on this subject?
Can I speak to it?
Sure.
Sure. So I assume the intent is to go to the 41.3?
4130.
Yeah. 41.3. I still think, I know when we passed the preliminary one, it was, let's go to the higher rate because we can't go up, we can only go down, but we're sure going to try to go down. And I'm troubled with the announcement that that's going to bring in over $1,134,388 in new taxes, plus the $581,000 in new bills. Seriously, we're going to use the $1 million a year of federal money for the raises. We're going to buy $500,000 of new ambulances with the raises. And I asked Shelley about it one time after the last meeting, and she said, well, where are you going to take it out of? And I said, well, take it out of fund balance. And buy it down for a year because the taxpayer seems to be getting left out of this whole thing. We're not out of the woods on the economy yet unless the feds just keep pumping money in this. And I don't know if they will, and I don't know if that's going to work. I know Peterbilt is shut down all week, so there's still a lot of people suffering as far as monetary and the disease. And I don't think our fund balance is any different than the Texas Rainy Day Fund. They use it to pay for things when they have to balance their budget, and I think that's what we ought to do. We already know that next year that new wind farm is going to come in at possibly $140 million from what Doug told me in new bills, plus the other expansion that's going on. And that would, in a little over a year, make up most of the 2-cent reduction. It's not really a reduction, it's a no new rate. It's, let me rephrase that. Values have gone up everywhere. Some people's taxes would still go up. And I think being a steward of the taxpayers' dollars, I think it's time we use some of the fund balance that we've stored up. Commissioner Hollowell, you said we won't just spend all that money, we'll put it in the bank. Well, I think the bank it ought to be put into is the taxpayers' bank, is what I think. I don't do this cavalierly. I voted for taxes to go up in the past when they needed to, but we weren't in a pandemic, and the economy wasn't as, what's the correct word, what the economy is, challenged, I guess would be the word. I don't know if challenged is right. But I think we ought to go to the no new rate, no new tax rate. And I think we'll come out of it just fine, especially with all this federal money we're using.
So at the no new tax rate, what would have to come out of the general fund? $1
million.
$1 million. You'd have to, I don't know the exact math.
I think it's about $1 million.
Well, they wouldn't have to come out of the general fund. You could take the money out of fund balance and
Not all of that would come out of general.
not all of that would come out. I'm saying
I didn't mean general fund, I meant fund balance.
fund balance. I'm not saying cut the budget. I think, I don't want to lose trust with the taxpayer. I always looked at this job as we're supposed to do everything as frugal as we can, and we normally do. We do a good job. I think we do. I think the employees do a good job. I think everyone that works for the county does their best. But I also think the taxpayers are struggling. We got the potential of a new taxing entity coming online that could be as high as 10 more cents. And I think it's, of course, that's in one area.
One thing to keep in consideration here is we're not actually increasing, we're actually decreasing the tax from a percentile standpoint from last year pretty significantly. We're dropping from the 4.42 down to the 0.4130.
No,
Now,
but
you're using evaluations having gone up, and they have, but your costs for maintaining roads have gone up commensurate to that. So you're going to need the same amount of increase to continue being able to do your day-to-day job throughout the county. Prices of us performing our function is not going down, Commissioner.
And Judge, I fully understand that. That's why I'm advocating that we use some of this money that we've saved up over the years to buy this down. Folks are hurting out there. I mean, what do we say? How big does the pile need to be? I'll put it that way. I'll bring the state of Texas back into it again. They rarely do a lot of things that I like them to do, but they do use their rainy day fund. And I know ours isn't a rainy day fund. Ours is a fund balance that's basically the same, but two different things. And,
I had somebody bring the fund balance up to me just this morning.
I couldn't
Why
hear
can't
you.
I'm sorry. Somebody brought the fund balance up to me this morning. Why can't you go to the fund balance to do more paving the roads? And I'm like,
Now, I understand.
so that people know it's there.
Yes.
Well, the fund balance, let's talk about that for a minute. We have quite a bit on our agenda from a strategic planning standpoint for the next 3 years, and we'll start having those meetings shortly. Where are we going to finance that from?
I don't think it's going to be a disaster. I think you're going to still be fine. This is a 1 year shot in the arm. It was stated in here the other day when we were doing the initial discussion on this that we're going to grow into this in a year or two, and we will. 1 penny of tax generates roughly $410,000, I think Shelley told me. Isn't that right?
What?
1 penny of tax is roughly $410,000. Yeah, you look that up for me.
You know, but on that line, what don't make sense to me is when we cut it a penny, we still generate $1.2 million or $1.1 million. That don't, the numbers didn't, I mean.
Good point.
Well, the values went up.
But we did.
But, and I'm confused about it. I'm
Effectively
not
reduce.
making a statement one way or another. I mean, unless we look at it, we went from, I guess if you went from 40, I'm showing a penny difference in where we were, but we're accruing 1.1 million. And of course, my concern is if we drop that tax rate too low, down under that 40, that's our multiplier to our taxable values next year. If we were to drop our tax rate and for some reason appraised values fall based on economy, then you're not going to generate what you generated this year. So, I mean, are there any funds, any services out there that if we got in a bind that the people won't cut?
We already know we're going to get enough value next year to make up for that. And it's quite interesting that we're using over $1.5 million of federal money this year, and we're still going to collect an extra $1 million in taxpayers' money. Now, the federal money is taxpayers' money too, but you follow where I'm going?
Yeah.
But we have effectively lowered the tax rate by 1 penny. He's correct. Hang on just a second. Gary makes a very good point that if we drop it down to the no new tax rate, with the way the system is set up, the new tax laws, next year that's going to be your baseline. So there's a good possibility we could come in next year and have to drop another penny.
Yeah, but 2 years down the road, when we lose this ARPA money, we're going to have to absorb some of that cost.
Exactly.
So
We could re-argue that. That could have been, yeah, that's why I didn't want a 7% raise, because we're going to have to absorb it, you're right.
Well, we don't have to buy 2 new ambulances and stuff of that nature.
Well, but
to
we're
talk
still,
to your point,
we're still going to have to absorb it.
Fund.
But as far as the increase, what it cost, sure. But it increased for the taxpayers what it cost them too. And I promise you.
And I'll be honest too, whenever I saw how the numbers, I'm with you, it wasn't jiving, because I thought we were going to be pretty close to, I don't like the new terms. I like the effective rate, because that term made sense to me. I thought we were right at the effective rate, or even a little bit less. We just had so much new growth that we were generating more tax dollars.
Well, we've been generating new tax money, and this is what's gotten cities and counties on the wrong side of the state of Texas, the way the laws are written, and it's still that way. New builds come in, new builds being new property, new taxes, and we're not required to report that. So most counties take that money and they put it away and they build the budget bigger and bigger based on new builds if they're growing, if they're lucky enough. We've been in a sweet spot where we have been. And when they go to Austin and talk to their state senator or their state rep, they say, we haven't raised taxes, and they look up what you've done the last 10 years and they said, well, your budget's now $5 million bigger. Where'd you get the money? Well, you got it off of new bills. Well, you got it off of taxpayers. But Judge, yeah, everything is going up, but if I take it literal what you said, you're already thinking we're going to go up again next year, and I don't, well, you know, the expenses are going up. That's what I heard said.
Well, we still have a legislature that's in session, and we know that there's at least 2 bills that are going to be unfunded coming our way out of this session. I'm assuming you guys are getting the Allison updates as well. We certainly need to take that into consideration as well.
Well, I understand all that, but I think, that's me thinking, yeah, it's time that we use a little bit of the money that we've been taking from the taxpayer, putting in a savings account to use for future projects. I don't see anybody lighting the world on fire as far as moving forward. We're going to spend a bunch of money across the street over here this next year, and I know we got to finish the radio tower, but the Crest building was bought as a place ready to move into. We even bought the furniture, so the cost of moving in there should be minimal. Oh, I know this. None of this is easy, and it's not snap decisions. I've looked at these budgets for a lot of years too, and I just think it's time we make the proper bargain with the taxpayer, and not only just think of the employees and how many gravel roads I got to repair next year. Trust me, Judge, I know exactly what my costs are doing, and I know we've raised road and bridge from 10.5 cents to 12.5 cents. And when I first became a commissioner, a penny of tax brought in a little over $330,000, and now it brings $410,000. And those are realities. We're getting more money than we used to. I think the precincts are handling things pretty well. I don't think it's a fire sale that if we don't go up enough, we're going to get behind the 8 ball. I think we can absorb a hit just like the people are absorbing a hit. And I'd like to see it the no new tax rate.
I agree with you 100%. We need to serve our citizens. And in the meeting we just had, we had 2 citizens complain about their road. I'm sure that there's many others too. Do you think we couldn't increase our services with that additional money?
I actually got a phone call after our last meeting concerned that we'd accrued $20 million in fund balance last year.
Oh, goodness.
And we were going to raise taxes $1 million. And this is a sharp individual, so sometimes I guess we fail to communicate effectively. But it's taken, I think whenever I got here, there was $3 or $4 million in savings. And it's taken basically 17 years to grow that fund balance. And when you start taking it out in chunks, it's hard to recover from that. I mean, the bottom line is kind of, we go with a penny less than, we reduce the tax rate about a penny from where it was last year and generate $1 million, or we take $1 million, $1.1 million out of the fund balance to fund the current budget. Now, we're already depleting it by about $9 million if we fund it. So you're going to immediately, if we were to go out, if I understand it correctly, and some of you sharper than I can enlighten me, but if we truly go off and fund next year's budget and spend every bit of it, we will reduce it from 20 million to 11 million. And if we do another million, it'd be another 10.
And I quote you, we carry a big chunk of that back over. We rarely ever spend everything that's in that budget. We do just like the commissioners do. We take our budget. I have a $2.5 million, $2.6 million budget. I don't try to spend it all. I carry a big chunk of that back so I can refund another $2.5 million, and that's for emergencies, floods, disasters, whatever.
I just didn't want somebody to think that we were going to exhaust a huge part of that 20 million.
And no, I don't think we are. And my point there, you've made my point for me. We're not going to exhaust it. We have it. It's time to spend a little. The business that will never catch up. I don't believe that. We have, what is the state recommended fund balance for a county or for a taxing entity? 6 months? 6 months worth of operating capital?
I was thinking it was 90 days.
90 days. Yeah, minimum.
Minimum.
I'm going up on the other side. We've got more than that. I think this isn't about us. This is about the taxpayers. This is not about us. If y'all force me to move into a new office, I'm not building that office, or you're not building that office for me. You're building it for the person that comes down 5 years. Everything we do is for the people 2, 3, 4, and 5 years from now.
I agree with you wholeheartedly.
The taxpayer right now, you make all the taxpayer is sitting there, the way I see it and what I hear from other people. We're sitting here talking about how, we can't live without that money. We can't do this. We're going to get behind the 8 ball. And they're facing the same thing every day, and they get the tax bill. And it's like, what else? And I think, I'll say it one last time, I'm not trying to fritter our money away. I'm trying to invest it in the taxpayer.
I agree with you 100%. We've got a lot of infrastructure that needs something done with it. And I agree with you. Our money outside of that fund will earn more for the taxpayer than it being in the fund. Absolutely. But we haven't even did our strategic planning for the future. I don't know that we've ever done one before, but we will this year. And we're going to have a jail that's overcrowded right this minute. Is that a good assumption, Sheriff? Are you at your maximum capacity?
Not yet, but not far from.
And we also have talked about parking. We all know that parking is a significant issue for the downtown area, especially for our employees. We have employees parking 2 blocks away and walking in. We have that Crest building. Yes, it's almost to the point where it could be occupied immediately, but there's still going to be some renovation that's required. And I agree. We should put that money to work for the citizens. Buying that Crest building was an excellent investment. It's earned more from the money invested than it would have in the bank. So I fully agree with you. We need to spend money on our infrastructure. My concern with lowering the tax more than the 1 cent is that due to the new tax regulations, we won't be able to recoup that in previous years. Well, we actually can. You have 2 years, I believe.
You have 2 years if you get that dire.
Yep, that's true.
But I find it interesting, the jail argument. If we were that interested in the jail and no one presented this, we could have used that ARP money that we're using for a raise. And I know we've had the vote and the raise is going to be what it's going to be. We could have done a more modest raise of 4% or 5% and used the ARP money and used our own money for the raise and used the ARP money to do a study and start working on an expansion for the jail. But we decided to use it on raises, and we've strongly urged some other organizations to do some outside of the box thinking on how to spend the rest of the ARP money. This is the first time that I've heard the jail come up, other than I had a discussion with the sheriff myself about it once some weeks back. But of course we had the seminar, we went to Austin last week, 2 weeks ago, about what we can spend the ARP money on. But I think it's time to invest not just in infrastructure, the real infrastructure, the people. That's the real infrastructure.
So how would you recommend we spend this money on the people?
I think we ought to cut the tax down to 39.30.
So is that a motion, or?
I'll make a motion, we do that.
I have a motion from,
And we go ahead.
Are we in the public hearing? We can't make.
Well, we're in a hearing, yeah. We've been talking so long.
okay, you're right, we need to go out of the hearing.
We've been
Thank
talking
you.
so long, we forgot.
Yeah, we did. Let me find my agenda.
I wish I had the numbers like we did a couple years ago.
Okay, it is 12:01. We will close the public hearing on the adoption of the 2021 Cooke County tax rate. Item 21 is deliberate and consider possible actions on the 2021 Cooke County tax rate for maintenance and operations.
I make a motion that we set the tax rate at 39.30, which is the, what do they call it now?
No new revenue.
No new revenue rate.
3930?
Yes, sir.
0.3930, and fund the balance that tax rate doesn't, fund the balance of the budget that tax rate doesn't cover out of fund balance.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Clement to set the new revenue tax rate at 0.3930.
And what,
I would say the FY 21-22 tax rate at the no new revenue rate of
Okay.
.3930.
I need to say it more technically.
Yes, please.
before we get too technical, that would be the previously known
M&O.
as as previously known as the effective rate.
Yes.
Of course, then they had all
That
this,
can't be in the motion.
I know, but then there's the de minimis rate, there's all these other factors.
There's a whole lot of other things get involved.
Let's go with Shelley's recommendation.
Yeah, no, I was just
I
clarifying.
make the motion that we set the tax rate
The FY
at
21
FY 21-22 tax rate,
M&O
M&O.
So all of this is that one.
at-
tax rate.
M&O tax rate. You think I can remember all of that in one sentence after hearing it one time? M&O tax rate, what?
At the no new revenue.
At the no new revenue rate of .3930.
No.
No,
You
because
leave-
that's got the debt in it.
Now, that's got the debt in it. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, just,
Hang on, I'll tell
Sounds
you.
really good, but it's not huge.
It's a lot more complicated than it was 2 years ago or last year. They
Yes.
changed all the terms.
it's going to be less than the .3930.
It's going to be less than .39 for the M&O.
Probably one
What would
point.
it be?
Shelley will have that. She's,
You're going to have to recalculate it. That's going to change them all.
Well, that's going to change them all, that's what
It
I'm
will.
looking at.
yeah.
It's going to pull a considerable amount out of the general.
.3762.
.3762. There you go.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Clement to reset the FY 21-22 tax rate for M&O, maintenance and operations, to the no new revenue tax rate. For maintenance and operation, that tax rate would be .3762.
Which is basically a 2-cent reduction from the bottom number on page 1 before we set interest and sinking, right?
The way I see it.
Yes, sir.
Shelley?
So you,
There is no, you don't say any percentages because you're doing the no new revenue.
Yeah.
no, I understand, but we got to go to get our total rate. You go back and add that 3762 to the 0168. Right?
You have to do a roll call vote.
Have to do a roll call vote.
But we don't have a second.
We don't have a second yet.
And talk to me about the way that affects us with the revenue cap and all that. I mean, it doesn't, I mean, it's not, we're talking, less than a penny. It's not,
But what's crazy, we're supposed to have a 3.5% revenue cap, but if you read some document we have here with this 1.1 million, it's a 9% increase, I guess, over last year's
Yes.
numbers. I mean, it doesn't-
Yeah.
the percentages don't make sense either.
Well, at this rate, you're not 9%, this is the effective rate, so you're
For the
the
no
same
new
as last
revenue.
year.
Yeah.
So I budgeted based on what you proposed, so now
Yep.
y'all will be $43,000 less in your budget.
In each precinct budget.
Yes,
But can't we fund that out of fund balance?
yes.
We
If
cut
you
out
have
our own
it.
fund
I know,
balance,
but-
but some of these guys don't have that kind of fund balance.
I don't know. I don't know if they do or not.
Yeah, but it takes 43,000 out of your road and bridge.
You know,
$43,975.
44,000.
I've got fund balance, but I can live without the 43.
That's, like I said, we're two full pennies. We're $800,000 in more taxable revenue for the commissioners than we were 5 years ago.
$733,393 for general.
Couple $1 million.
Well, I haven't finished the rest of
I can't say that I hate that, because, you know, if a person paid $100 in taxes last year, they're gonna pay $100 in taxes this year, you know, I mean, they're not going up.
And if they
Keep in
go
mind
up, they're going to pay
your additional
120.
costs and all those new houses that you had, you're going to have to take from the fund in order to continue to maintain that level of maintenance.
I'm just not
But that's okay, if everybody's good with supplementing their fund from the, what are we calling the fund?
You got to pull out your fund balance. But because the way we budgeted that,
But be concerned about what's going to happen to you a couple of years from now because of the fact that you said it that way.
That's, you know, and I don't want to completely bank on the fact of growth, even though we're going to still see some growth before it dies, but eventually it is going to quit, but.
I don't know anybody knows what this economy's going to do.
Yeah, I know, that's
Next
it.
catastrophe, but.
And you can't really make predictions on what the feds are going to do, but I do know that a large wind farm's coming in with a bunch of really new stuff that's there. And in regards to, I'm sorry, we got dinged on your road, snubs, and hadn't rained in how many weeks? I was supposed to have.
For the record, I cleared that up to him out there. I said, how bad's the road? He said, well, it's not bad, but y'all haven't been out here all summer. I said, we don't blame roads, the summer's too dry.
And as far as our roads, I think our roads, I'm sure we all have problem roads, I know we do. But if people want to start having that real personal and important discussion about why don't you pave all the roads, we're going to have to generate a whole lot more money, twice the money what we generate now.
You'd have to sell bonds.
We'd have to sell
Well,
bonds.
they sell a 20-year bond on a 5-6-year road. That'd be pretty
I
simple.
mean, well, that's, yeah.
We can find out on a different day too, but.
Yeah, that's a whole different ball of wax, because we're not going to turn on my paving more or less roads based on taking in the same amount of tax money as we did last year. So, anyway, hopefully.
In theory, we're going to catch it.
Anybody want to make a second?
I'd like to say.
I couldn't hear you.
I wish we had the
I was asking about the second.
Oh, right.
I'm asking.
I wish we had the rate. We used to have several different rates. This rate will generate this rate will generate this rate. Like
Well, a penny is 410. 414? Okay.
But it's still crazy how 2 cents now is 1.1, and then 500,000 for new bills. I just don't know.
We are greatly, Judge, we're greatly increasing spending this year using the federal money just alone. And I understand why you're concerned we're going to have to absorb that. But it was said in here the other day, with the growth that's going to happen, we're going to be able to pick that up. I think we will.
I think we can grow it to deal with the raises. I don't know that we can grow it to deal with some huge infrastructure cost.
So then this sheet that was sitting here when we got here this morning says at this 3.3962 tax rate, the tax rate will effectively be raised by 7% cetera. Well, the motion on the table is for .3930.
Well,
But you gotta have
that form will
168.
have to be redone.
That form's got to be redone.
Yeah.
The interest in sinking has to be added to it. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
And
Okay.
don't get me
Interest
to
and sinking are separate.
what that's going to be.
For a total.
What the difference is here between the piece of paper that you're looking at is that he wants to go back to the no new tax rate.
Which is?
No new revenue.
No new revenue.
Yeah, no new revenue. Thank you, Shelley.
We all know what you mean. but
Yeah. 3930, and by the time you take sinking out of it, you get 3762.
Okay, that makes more sense. Because I'm sitting here, this math doesn't add.
It's because it got changed on you. You're not doing the math.
This math doesn't math, is
Well,
that what you
what
said?
we,
It's okay, it's been a long course.
what she built the budget on is the higher number. That's the, yeah, so.
She built the budget on this
Funded
number, .3962. And
or take a
Leon
million out.
But it,
is making a motion for the .3762.
Okay, so then we take that, but we have to take this and then add
0168.
to get a total of 40.
I'm not even going to try to do the math.
3930.
Yeah, if you add it now, you're gonna, the 3930 includes the entire tax rate. That's the 168 in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
It'll be a little less than 168, though.
Yeah.
And it's nice to hear somebody talking about seriously building some infrastructure with the federal money that will last forever, I hope.
Yep.
Right, Chuck?
No- Yes, and nothing is set in stone.
Oh, I know.
I mean, as far as the ARPA money, y'all
Well,
We
that's,
still
make
gonna
that
reallocate
decision
that.
on,
that's another thing that's a little frustrating for me. I had no idea we were going to be blowing $3 million on, I say blowing, investing $3 million in raises, and it just got proposed, and boom, we're gonna spend $3 million on raises, and we never even had a good discussion of what we could use the ARP money for.
It's part of the strategic planning meeting.
Well, I understand that, but
And part of the problem was, unfortunately, that the government was still changing the rules of engagement. In fact, you just recently went to school to learn, what, last week? Week before last?
2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago. So the time the original budget was put together, we weren't sure what we could use it for, Commissioner.
and then the Secretary of Education on the Today Show this morning said that depending on the plans that were submitted by the entities that are 500,000 or more,
Yeah.
will depend on whether they get their second payment next year or not.
What does that mean?
So
Okay.
don't allocate and spend it.
How they plan to spend their money. So
Yeah.
that leaves all the rest of us that are below the 500,000. What is our determination whether we get our second payment next year or not?
And the young man, so that really points out what we're told a lot of times is meaningless. Down at Austin 2 weeks ago, the young man that put on the program, I went to it twice and went and visited with him afterwards, and I said, so when will they change all of this? And he said, no, this is set in stone. No. And that is what's giving us advice.
No, well, he's from NACO.
I understand,
Yeah.
but we go to these things and we get some nice educated person up
Well,
there.
we
and-
know better.
Well,
The rules change
yes,
all the time.
I hope we know better. But anyway, I'm still looking for a second.
Okay, so
I'm going to give it a couple more minutes for somebody to make a second.
I understand. So, if that would be seconded and that number goes into effect or voted on, we're going to have to take an extra, for round number's sake, $800,000 out of general fund to fund that budget?
733.
733.
Plus the 900 you already taken out.
So we're,
Plus what?
20 million to 10 million, cut it in half. I was
And then
saying, you
typically-
take, that would be in addition to what we're already having to take out, should we fund it at 100%. So you cut your fund balance, and it took 15 years to grow this fund balance. We could, in theory, cut it in half in 1 year.
Gary, the other day when you were carrying on about the raises and we banked that money and the judge says we're going to take in $1.1 million of new money and $581,740 of new build money, you said, yeah, but we're going to put that in the bank. We don't ever spend near all of that. And we don't.
So that, not to cut you off, but that was going to be my next question was, typically, Shelley, at the end of a year, how much, on average, have we grown our fund balance, say, in the last 3 years?
The last 3 years, we've spent it.
Okay.
We went in the hole. We went in the hole a little bit, and that was not in a pandemic. And you can say, look,
And
that's
I know
a
that
trend.
and I know that some of the fund balance that we're going to get into this year is going to go to infrastructure. So, we're going to have a hard eye for that. We're not just.
Right now, the budget is, if we spend everything, it's eating up $9.5 million.
So how much do we typically carry back over?
In good times, $1 million.
How much of the budget do we not spend every year?
This year, how much was it less? In other words, what we reduce our fund balance by this year, I think is the question, right?
What was the budget last year? The total budget, roughly.
In 20?
Yeah.
26? Well, you can't really say because we got $1.5 million in ARPA.
Well,
It's
say-
been 24 to 26.
And how much did we spend?
Even with the $1.5 million in ARPA, we lost. We lost.
A little,
3 years in a row.
not much. I'm more concerned about taxpayers than I am about me right now.
This
Well,
has
I
all
am
been
too.
posted and
And I think
published.
that we have to have the capability to serve the general public with.
The
We are.
oil and gas, even without COVID, the oil and gas market hurts us.
It has been, yeah.
Yes.
The wind farms have been kind of making up the difference.
And several of the bigger companies, Lumberjay, I can't call it.
You can't think of the,
I can't call it by name. Several of the bigger companies that we have abatements with, they're gone.
they're gone.
Yeah. Well service, something well service, I can't think of the name.
Yeah, and when we set this at the I hate to use the word maximum, a couple of weeks ago and said, hey, but we would like to reduce it, we did reduce it by a penny.
We did.
So, and I don't know how much it's been published, but I have not heard any negative comments from this. So,
Well, they just come out intermittently throughout the whole year. Well, my taxes have gone up over the last few years. And they haven't because we've adopted the effective rate.
we've not done this in the last 18
Yeah, I
years.
know, yeah.
We've not.
Pretty small portion.
The people that call me don't have voices like that.
Yeah, exactly. I have this, due to my social media presence, I have this conversation probably more than all of y'all put together, so. It's nice to say that over the last 7 years, the effective rates has been adopted. And you have not paid taxes on your county taxes, but.
Yeah, unless your appraised values, not everybody's appraised values went up.
I said, Gary, the voices that call me don't sound like that.
Oh,
That's the internet voice.
Judge, let's roll.
They're always female?
Let somebody second, let's
Yeah,
go.
yeah, guys, we
We've been
need
10 minutes
to,
waiting
either
on
we
the
have a second or this dies due to lack of second. Do I have a second? I'll go over it one more time. The Commissioner Clement has recommended for the FY 21-22 budget, the no new revenue tax rate for the maintenance and operation tax, which would be 3762.
I know how hard it is to get that money back in savings, but I'll second it.
I have a second from Commissioner Snuggs. Any further discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Roll call it.
Oh,
Sorry.
roll call. Yes, roll call. Thank you. Gary,
Thank you.
we'll start with you.
Aye.
Oh, I voted no. He voted aye.
Okay, how'd you vote?
We got to name them?
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Have an aye. Nay?
Nay.
Aye.
Okay, the motion fails,
Nay.
3-2. Okay. So let's go back to deliberating and considering possible adoption of a 2021 Cooke County tax rate for maintenance and operations. I would like to move that the property tax rate for maintenance and operations be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of .3962, which is effectively a 7% increase in tax. Any discussion before we go into a roll vote?
I think we beat it pretty good.
Okay, we'll go back to a roll vote. We can start with you this time, Mr. Clement.
Do we need a second
Do you have a second?
or no?
Oh, whoa, I do not.
You
That
didn't
is
get
a
a
good
second?
point. Yes, I need a second. Have a second from Commissioner Hollowell. Any further discussion?
You still think you're making a mistake, but anyway.
We'll go into a roll call vote. Mr. Clement?
Nay.
Mr. Arndt?
Yes.
I vote yea. Mr. Snopes?
Nay.
Nay? Aye. The ayes have it, 3-2, with Commissioner Snuggs and Commissioner Clement voting against it. Okay. Deliberate and consider possible adoption of a 2021 Cooke County tax rate for interest and sinking.
We just need a simple motion to set it at 0168. Is that what we need?
Yes, it is.
We don't have a choice on that one, do we? I didn't think so. No, we don't.
So there's no need
There's a
for a
motion.
roll call?
No, I
Yeah.
think you roll call.
You got to do a
it
roll
anyway.
call.
Okay. I move that the property tax rate for interest and sinking be by the adoption of a tax rate of .0168.
Second.
Have a second from Commissioner Arndt. Any further discussion? We'll do a roll vote, starting with Commissioner Hollowell.
Aye.
Commissioner Snuggs.
Aye.
Commissioners. Aye. Judge. Commissioner Arndt.
Aye.
Commissioner Clement.
Aye.
Aye. It passes 5-0. Okay, number 23, deliberate and consider possible approval of the purchase of a rowing machine for the sheriff's office, money already available.
Are y'all going to have one of those little boats where you're going to enter a contest and row?
Can we live stream that, Daryl?
I'm over here saying row, row, row your boat.
We just said get away from the road today.
I can't tell you what he said when I requested that.
So I provided you with a photograph of the actual piece of equipment. And I've talked to a couple of you about it, but the monies already exist in certain line items to purchase these. They're about $900 a piece. Probably like to get a couple of them. Texas DPS has used this Concept 2 rower for probably 15 years. Most law enforcement agencies use them. Gainesville PD uses them. It's something that, excuse me, I'd like to get started at the sheriff's office. It wouldn't be a requirement in the beginning, but certainly as we go forward, maybe even a year from now, maybe try to set some kind of standards. And not only for new hires, but existing deputies. As you know, patrol is kind of the face of the department. And those guys are the ones answering those calls. I think we should expect them to be in pretty good shape and in a better condition. And I think we ought to provide them the means to attain that. So, you know, whether it's come in before your shift or come in after your shift or flop down, you know, at lunch instead of, you know, having a big lunch, get down there and work out on it for about 15, 30 minutes. It's a good thing.
I personally use one every week, about 5 minutes will get you good.
Yeah, it's a very safe piece of equipment. Like I said, DPS used it for many, many years, no injuries. If we ever got down the road to where we're going to kind of require it, we would probably put some policies in place to, example, get an annual physical. Our insurance pays for all that. And so there's things we can put in place to take care of the county and the department. I think we need to head in that direction, and it's worked well for DPS. And I was talking to Commissioner Clement maybe Friday. And, you don't see any large troopers anymore, so to speak. This is a kind word, large. And that's why. It's been in place for about 15 years, so it's not only for new hires. The commissioned troopers you see around have to test on it twice a year and maintain a certain fitness level. So
You're getting one or two? How many?
I'd like to get two.
You got a place to put them?
You will.
Got plenty of room?
You can kind of see in the diagram, there's a handle that attaches to a chain, and right there's kind of a pivot point in front of that seat. If you look at that, so it'll pivot up, kind of fold together, and lean up against the wall. You can also hang them from the wall if you needed to. So
I guess I'm curious.
Where the handlebars are?
Well, I'm just curious why you're here, why you need our permission to buy one of these.
When I contacted Debbie in the auditor's office and say, let's get them ordered, she said, well, you may need to talk to Elizabeth. So I talked to Elizabeth. Elizabeth says, I don't know, maybe the commissioner said at some point you can only get a treadmill or something, or
I can address that if you'd like, Sheriff.
Excuse me?
I said I can help you with that if you would like.
Go ahead. But
At one point in time, we basically had a complete gym show up, never showed up on anybody's budget, and the next thing you know, we had workers' comp claims coming off of it, and this is a whole different beast. I mean, there's no weights associated with this. He's here presenting it to us prior to, but I'm sure that's the reason that Debbie said, hey, let's raise the question.
It's not about the person.
And you and I
it's
talked
what
about
it
that
is.
the other day. That's why that happened that way.
it's an
That's not on you.
excellent.
That's the reason I said, let me take
Well,
that.
it's an excellent workout, yet, if you go out and you walk a mile, or jog a mile, you're going to have next day maybe soreness in your joints and knees and ankles, and you can get on this thing and get Commissioner Snuggs may have worked on one, you get a really, really good workout. The next day, you're not going to experience that soreness because there's no impact on your joints. So.
Well,
Shelley's got a question.
Is this going to be comp time? Is this going to add to the,
No, it's not going to add to anything right now. It's going to be voluntary. I'm not going to require them to work on it, but I will let them know. So there's no.
that also was an issue with the,
Well, the checking out of service and shutting things down, go do this, and that's what we would like to try.
No. So I think my options would be before duty, after duty, or during your lunch break.
But they're still available to call. They get to call, they go.
And that's another nice thing is you can tell that you don't have to take your full uniform off to work out on this thing. They take their outer cover off, maybe their gun belt, and sit down and knock it out and be right back in service.
And I don't think there was any ill intent by the previous
No,
department. It
it
just
wasn't.
grew into some, kind of blew up, so.
well, and there wasn't any on my part, on my officer's part either. It just,
No, I mean,
But that's the reason for it, the rationale behind asking.
I wanted to get them ordered, and actually I wanted to get them here by September 30th. And so I was told reasoning why, and so that's why I'm here.
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it.
Let me add, you all approved something in the consent agenda, and I think it should have been on an item by itself, and I can come back next court, but we moved $50,000 from salary money into overtime budget.
Is that on this agenda?
That was in the
Yeah,
consent
we probably
agenda.
should have done that.
Yeah. So I
Oh,
can
no,
come
you're
back.
moving it. No.
I can come back next court.
Well, no, but we've always asked EMS to
Oh,
do
okay.
that, I think.
Yeah.
If they moved,
Yeah.
There's a budget amendment.
but there was budget amendment in there, right, Shelley?
Yes,
There is.
but
So, you know, you
that
submitted it.
usually requires.
Yeah, if it's going to be
Okay,
salaries.
we'll put it on the next agenda.
Yeah, and I look forward to meeting with you about the jail. Just to let you know, we got approximately 150 inmates there today, so.
If you wanted to start talking about adding on to the jail, how much, you and I talked about this the other day, how much lead time do you need? I know your jail's not full. You don't wait till it gets full before you start making plans. You need at least a year or two or three.
Yeah, and I would think, and Shelley might be more versed on that versus I, but I know that that's a multi-year project, probably to get it get it rolling. So I'd be glad to visit and sit down and do some long-range planning, I think.
We're about talking a 5 or 6 year plan for jail expansion.
I would think.
Yeah, if you would, go ahead and put together what you think, and when we start having our strategic planning meetings, we'll ask
Sure.
you to come if you would.
And of course, as I was speaking with Commissioner Clement, 2020 is such a crazy year to try to judge and base and gather data on what you might need for the future, because we've never seen a year like it. So,
Especially when I got to segregate for everything, violence,
Sure.
pandemic. I mean, 212 bed facility turns into 150.
thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, item 24, deliberate and consider possible actions regarding Main Street lot. Does anybody have anything on the Main Street lot?
We can't do anything till the new budget year, can
Yep. No action. Item 25, deliberate and consider possible actions regarding the Crest Building. Anyone have anything on the Crest Building to discuss?
I'd throw a thought out there. Again, can't do anything till next year, but up there where that gym workout area is, that'd be a great place for us to go expand EMS training and make a conference room out of it on ARPA money.
Well, I would.
EMS has a training area.
But expanded, I mean, you've got times that they can't hold, they're limited to the audience they can have in there. We've been there where it's standing room only when they're briefing, you bring in everybody from the city and everything else. It'd also give us a place we could actually do presentations from the court, do our when we're doing employee recognition and stuff like that.
Even have dinners there if necessary. I think
The
there'll
gym's
be
not that big, is it?
Oh, it's not that.
I mean, it's bigger than any of our court, probably as big as any of our courtrooms.
it's bigger than
And you can change your seating. You can change your seating arrangement all the time.
just food for thought.
Anyway, I just throw that out there in case any of you guys are doing a walkthrough that way.
I've got something I think would be more important than that. Of course, we're going to talk about the annex, but I think it's almost criminal to move IT from a 1,200 square foot room to a 600 square foot room when he could be upstairs in that building over there without a lot of expense. And we don't have to have him, we don't have to have him over there. That would make much more sense. And after we went through the breach with the sheriff's office and all that, and the recommendations we had from the study we had, it was about having enough facilities and time to get things done, cramming him in a little bitty hole. I would hope we change our mind about that. I think it's a waste of money. If you want to put something over there, I'd just soon not put anything over there. But if we're going to build that, I see no sense in sticking him in a place we're going to have to move him right back out of. I think he needs to be over there. But that's a
At this point,
discussion.
we can take that up when we start doing the strategic planning. That's a good point. No action on item 25. Item 26, deliberate and consider possible actions regarding annex. Anybody have anything on the annex they'd like to discuss?
I just threw mine out there, other than not doing it.
Okay. Duly
And
noted.
save some taxpayers' money and move everybody into the Crest Building anyway. That's my.
The other portion of that, to get the plans out, was under consent. So, right, Shelley?
Huh?
The other part of the annex, to get the plans and stuff out, was in consent. So it's going.
Okay. All right.
Rick has a question?
I was just gonna say they are putting the fire reader in the door, in the front door.
Oh, good. Okay. No action on item 26. Okay, item 27, deliberate and consider possible actions regarding county radio communication system.
Still waiting on signatures to be, leases to be signed, and we are getting hardware. I think all the radios showed up at the sheriff's office today, or a large portion of them. I've got,
To the sheriff's office or your place?
no, the radio went to the sheriff's office. And we've got 5 or 6 microwaves and stuff out at the Precinct 1 barn in storage. So hardware's showing up. Need to get the leases signed. And I know Kathy is working diligently on that. We're still optimistic.
And the co-op is Pentex. I still call them a co-op. Pentex is happy. They're satisfied with our reinforcing the tower. Yeah.
Okay, no action on item 27. Item 28, deliberate and consider possible actions regarding various grant funds.
I got 2 requests for additional data for precinct 4. I got those sent off Friday. Still no money in though. No action on the COVID FEMA, no action on the CTIF, no action on elections, and I got the quarterly report for American Rescue. I should say the judge and I got the quarterly report for the American Rescue submitted by the due date. It was an active, great proportions getting that done.
Thank you, Shelley.
They didn't.
When
they-
does CTIF do?
5 years.
5 more?
No, 5 starting, was it?
Last year,
Yeah, so probably 4 left, Leon, that's what I think.
It was, you might be a year and a half gone already.
Yeah.
I don't want us to forget about it.
yeah, I won't. It's,
I don't want us to forget about it.
no, I know. It's like number 2 on my list.
I mean, it's as important that we don't forget about it as much as,
No.
I don't know if everybody's done or not.
It's like number 2. It's like, it's coming. It's there.
Okay. Anything else on grants?
No.
All right, we'll take no action on number 28. Item 29, do we need to take a break before we go into the executive session? It's going to be a little bit lengthy.
It's going to be lengthy?
Yeah, probably 30 minutes. Executive session, you want to take a break?
30 minutes. You want to take a break?
Okay.
I don't, but
Everybody's good, you good?
I'm good.
Okay.
You good?
Item 29, executive session in compliance with Texas Open Meeting Act, Chapter 551, Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code. Deliberate regarding personal matters, consultant with attorney, deliberate regarding real property, deliberation regarding security devices and security audits. If I could, yep, looks like they're up. Shelley, please stay. We may be talking about money here in a second. Okay, it is,
Here's yours.
Pam's table.
I gotta put mine in there. You pass it to me. Now I'm recording.
okay, it is 1:49. We're back in normal session. Item 30, take any necessary action regarding personnel matters. That was put there for the two people that Ray was asking for.
You need a motion, I guess, to allow Ray to hire 2 part-time folks.
Yes, sir.
So move.
I have a motion to accept the recommendation to hire 2 part-time people
And where are we
for,
going to get the money from? Sorry. We ought to name it.
FEMA money.
Yeah.
right.
General fund, but it's going to be paid for with FEMA money? Yeah, I just want to get that in the record, that's all.
Okay. We have a motion to allow the hiring of 2 personnel to work COVID issues from
Second.
Commissioner Clement, a second by Commissioner Hollowell. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you, 5-0. 31, take a necessary action regarding security devices or security audits, security assessments or deployments relating to information resource technology, network security information, or deployment of specific occasions for implementation of security personnel criteria, infrastructure, or security devices. Kathy, I believe you've got it covered. No action on that one.
And so,
And we'll pick that one back up after we have a little bit more information. Item 32 is adjournment.
Motion.
Have a motion to adjourn by Commissioner Hollowell,
Second?
a second by Commissioner Snuggs. Any further discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? We are adjourned.